Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Crystal Project.
See, I got the name right. We're in for it. We've got a day with a brain that works. Probably, I don't know. I actually we have no way of knowing. But usually when you're tired and dopey, you know that you're tired and dopey, right? That's usually how it works. That's not how it worked yesterday. So today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be making a sort of like finalized build for dealing with the last couple of bosses, right? I think we only have a couple of bosses left. We're not going to be taking out the thing most likely. The what was that thing called? I don't remember what it was called. The one in the icy wastes, the hermit. We're probably not going to be taking out the hermit, just because it seems like it's trying to not fight me. So hermetic. So we're probably not going to be fighting that. But what I need to do is basically figure out what don't I have mastered. There's only like probably a few classes left that I don't have mastered, would be my assumption. And we're just going to get the ones that aren't mastered, and Beastmaster's one of them, which makes no sense. We should obviously have the Beastmaster mastered. Let's see here. Chemist is not mastered. Who was working on Chemist? French Silk was working on Chemist. Perfect. So French Silk is going to become a Chemist right now. Okay, you're going to equip your same sword again. Where'd it go? There it is. It looks so garbage. Alright, so we're taking that. We're going to equip... Let's go with Plague Mask just for the funsies. We'll go with Shell Mask. And we will go with... You would think so, right? That's how you would feel it would work. The other thing is that I do also need to get Scholar mastered. We have 2 spells that we haven't seen, which is interesting. I'll have to figure out where those spells are. You were the one who was doing Beastmaster, I think, right? No, you were not. Who was doing... Were you doing Beastmaster? You seem to have been doing Beastmaster. But you need Beastmaster, so I'm actually going to send you to Beastmaster because that makes much more sense. So we're sending you to Beastmaster. You're going to equip an axe. We'll give you the Decapitator just for funsies. That should be fun. We now have 85% variance. So we don't need to change any of the other stuff right now, I don't think. Actually, let's give ourselves mixed magic on everybody. Wizard is already mastered on somebody, and it is specifically mastered on you. I think Cleric is not mastered. Right, so you are going to become a Cleric. Are you mastered on Summoner? You're not, right? Oh, you are. Okay, I figured I wasn't because I didn't remember, like, farming it, but okay. So we're going to go to Cleric. We're going to master that. We only need 8 more, so 7 more to finish that. We're finishing up Beastmaster. Then, what do you need to finish? So, Monk is not mastered, I think. Who was doing Monk? Was it you? It was you. I need you to master Beastmaster, though. Like, you need to pick up some of this later stuff here. So I guess we'll just go through the list. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like we haven't done monk, we haven't done cleric, we haven't done 3 other classes. So what's next to Weaver? Beastmaster. What's next to Reaper and Hunter? Okay, that's Chemist. Shaman and Aegis. Scholar. Right, so Scholar we have the LP obtained for. We just need to get the actual abilities. Then we have Monk. Unfortunately, I think... Do we start working? I guess let's have them work on Scholar as well, because if I get them scholared up, then I can auto learn skills on 2 characters. This is a character that benefits from that as well. So let's equip the Chartreuse. Everybody has a moderately decent pokey weapon right now. I actually don't want them all to have subcommand this because I need you to have swordplay. You can have... You should probably have reaping. Because Nightfall works with that. And you need... You know, funnily enough, reaping works with any weapon, right? That's kind of cool. Alright. Bone Trophy. So, Bone Trophy I think is reasonable to take. And we will go to... the Poseidon Stone. Okay. So, we're popping down. And our goal right now is to plow through these at a reasonable pace. And okay. Yeah, we're almost done. We just have a little bit left to get through. And then we'll be in very, very good shape. So yeah, once we have the items, we can basically get an idea. We can get an idea from there of what we're actually going to need to progress. We're basically just going to try to come up with a coherent build. That is true. That is the most important thing. The other thing that's funny is that it means that having picked up as much gear as we have makes it so that it's actually going to take longer to master all of the classes if we decide to do duplicates at some point. But that's fine. We're probably not going to be doing that, so... I am curious to see, like, how consistently I'm getting, like, high rolls on the variants. So let's see, this is 800 plus or minus 719. That's over. That's way over. Okay. So reaping cut, plus or minus 1,000. Okay, so that was way under. Oh. Hey, we learned Sleep Aura. Let's go. Okay. But yeah, we do need to figure out where the skills that we haven't found yet are. Okay, let's Nightfall. Those might have been under, because those were both crits. The one issue with the variance is even if it averages out to higher values, obviously the inconsistency on it is suboptimal, but more importantly for the bosses that I'm fighting is that the lifesteal is an important component of my battle strategy. And because the lifesteal is an important component of my battle strategy, the fact that we are going to be that's interesting. That has charge time. Interesting. So that's very interesting. I need to take a look at how much we've actually gotten. Because I noticed that Apple has 9, but I don't think that's really reflective of what everybody has. Non-crit 1500, let's go. Okay, we have... Let's go until we have 7 on Key Lime. That was very funny. We crit for 400 damage. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So we're going to need to finish up Monk with Pumpkin after this as well, which is fine, because that's another class. 2100 non-crit. Yeah, we're going to do a max variance build at some point. We need to make it happen. It's going to be too funny not to, because I think we have the ability to get another 100% variance, right? Like, we can just go crazy with that shit. And that sounds like fun. So we're definitely going to do a max variance thing. The variance might also help me. Oh! The variance might also help me with doing certain things. Depending on how the damage is calculated, the variance might actually help me a lot with the damage output for heavier defense targets, because instead of having... So basically, it depends on how it's calculated, but if we assume that there's just like a flat amount of damage that's being taken off the top of the damage, as opposed to it being percentage based, and it does seem to be based, not percentage based, but does seem to be like sort of subtractive in nature. If it's subtractive instead of multiplicative in nature, depending again on how it's calculated, basically whether it's calculated based off of the initial attack value or if it's calculated based off of the combined value, it could either be incredibly powerful or just kind of like it doesn't matter, where it for higher or lower it doesn't matter. Oh right, we need to get 7 new LP for a total of 8. So we'll see. It's possible that with a high variance build, we will be able to do some really crazy shit to the upcoming bosses. It's also possible that that's not the case and that it's just going to be same old, same old. Right? We just don't know. But it's actually tempting. I should just have Apple explode on these now that I think about it. It's not necessary. We do plenty of damage. I just want the checkmate insta get. Okay. I wonder if Guillotine has a higher damage. If Guillotine has higher damage, I should probably be activating that for those. It does. You know, I probably already got what I needed on Key Lime. I should probably check. Yes, okay. We got there. So, we can now pick up Cleric Mastery, and that gets us a new piece of gear available, as well as giving us access to Blackout, which is very useful for all the boss fights that we have already cleared that give fire damage. You are also done. So we've mastered Chemist. Scholar isn't actually that relevant. So, we can activate Wild Stance now just for shits and giggles. Hue is actually really good. Famine. Rigid Stance is interesting. I can't imagine that Feral Stance is ever not going to be the proper one. I would imagine that this is not going to be as good. But we'll see. Alright, so we need a shit ton more with you. So we need Monk. This is Beastmaster. And this is Scholar. So, do we want to just make you a monk? We could just make you a monk. Attack while unarmed is increased by strength. What is your attack right now? 355. That's not bad. Oh, that's your... Attack 334. Okay, so the Oily Sword is higher as a baseline for us right now. And what else do we need to do? I don't think we need to do anything in particular. We mastered Cleric. So let's think about what we actually need for these characters in terms of their skills. I do kind of want to get this learned. I think I'm going to leave you as Scholar for now. We could set you as Monk. And we're going to have you probably with Fencer and either Aegis or White Magic, or Red Magic, at any given time. Those are probably the things that we are going to have you doing. So I think that you're actually okay in terms of your general outlook. So what I need to figure out for you is mostly what passives do I want to have. Let's see. I'm not sure if I want to use counter heavily on this run. I think I might try to do a counter heavy strat on a future run potentially. Though it kind of depends. I wasn't expecting to need to shift the party this much. But yeah, doing a full counter build would require meaningfully like shifting up the strategy that I have in a way that I don't think that I necessarily need to do right now. So Life Giver and Build Life are both here. We don't know what these two are. We've never seen them cast, which is interesting. We have Equip Bow on you. We have Covert. We already have... We don't. So we don't have Covert. So Covert might be a good idea for French Silk, because French Silk tends to do a little bit more damage than Pumpkin does and generate aggro. Let's see. That is a good point. Counter would actually be really good, specifically on Pumpkin. But we already have it, and we're gonna we're gonna have it. So, but counter is actually very good when paired with the Hema ring, specifically for the. That actually might save me. Like just adding counter might save me on the that boss entirely, because that would allow me to. Let me take a look at. Does it only counter physical? It does only counter physical, so it won't counter the initial 500 damage. But when the boss hits me and then its ad hits me, I'll have countered and life stolen off of the boss hitting me, and then the ad hits me. So, in theory, counter could potentially mitigate a huge portion of the incoming damage overall. Let's see. Eagle Stance is very fun. Let's see. Yes, so for you, what abilities do I need? I think I want to get that Hunter ability on you. I think I want to get the threat reduction. So we're going to set you as Hunter, and you can just equip the Oily Sword, that's fine. And we can start working on getting your stuff done. We have the Scholar, and then we have Key Lime. Key Lime, what are we doing with you, my friend? What are we doing with you? I think Key Lime is probably going to want to be... It's the issue is that I would like. Do we need to be able to revive? Okay, we're gonna have. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that French Silk is maximizing their. Interestingly enough, Hunter has the highest agility. They actually have higher agility than a Fencer. But let's say we go with Fencer, with our subclass being Aegis, to be able to apply the debuff that we want. The magic down debuff. So let's make that presumption. Alternatively, how much do these abilities cost to use? If I could get... Is there a warrior ability that gives me more per turn? No. Basically, what I'm thinking is we lead in. We started this game with just reviving constantly, and what if we end it with basically doing no revives at all? So this only costs one? That's actually... I had not realized how fucking crazy Stalwart is. Especially because we can... If we have the Aegis thing that allows us to increase the stacks on that, that's actually very powerful. I should probably pick that up on everybody. We're going to have you swap to Aegis. Just to learn that. We'll go back to Scholar soon, but first we need to get that. It's just too important ability. Let's see here. It's so cheap. You're gonna go to Ages as well, because I know that we're gonna need to get that ability on you as well. Give you another Balrog, Guts Baby, and we can get the... How much do we need to get that? We need 5 now. Well, the key is that what I'm basically looking to do is the only character who should be taking single target damage is Pumpkin. Pumpkin is going to be taking single target damage. Everyone else shouldn't be. Everyone else should just be living their best life. So, with that being the case, do I have the... I don't, right? Yeah, I already used it. Okay. So with that being the case, the intention there is basically to use that to keep the people who aren't Pumpkin from dying instantly to an AoE. So the boss that we're dealing with next has a big, massive AoE that it uses on turn like 4 or whatever, right? And what I'd like is for that thing to die. Or for that thing to not kill me. I'd like for it to die too, but more importantly, I'd like for that to not kill me on that turn, guaranteed, because that just opens up a lot of things for me to do. I have a lot of options on the table if it can't kill me. Crit for 900, let's go. Okay. So yeah, Stalwart, because it's so cheap, I would like for it to die. That is the case. I tend to get distracted mid-sentence with unrelated thoughts. Let's see. And then I just guess where I was going and finish the sentence as with that. So should it be a little bit concerning maybe that, you know, my default filler, you know, sentence of like, I don't remember where the sentence was going. Okay, well, I want it to die. Maybe that should be a little bit alarming, but you know, don't worry about it. It's I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Alright, we have the 2 Aegises at 5. Is that what they needed to be? I believe it is. Yes. Okay, so we have Stalwart on you. We don't really need Stalwart on Pumpkin. Pumpkin doesn't spend a lot of time at max HP, so they don't really care that much. But we've now got Stalwart on everybody else. That's useful. We can make good work out of that. What else do you need? You don't need the threat reduction. I don't think that's relevant for your interests. So, your class is going to be... Okay, we need to put you back on Scholar. Because I'm actually thinking that Scholar is what I want them on anyway. not necessarily the scholar class, but I want them to have the scholar abilities. I do like the ability to nuke with the whatchamacallit. With the explode. I think that explode is fun and cool. I'm also curious if explode is something I can use, and if I can survive the explode with stalwart. Because if I can explode if I can survive the explode with stalwart, I can cast explode 3 turns in a row without anybody else doing anything. It's just explode, 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 which would be very funny. Would it be super useful? One of the enemies we're dealing with is immune to fire, so no. But that's beside the point. Now, keyline. Let's take a look at what passives we want for you. So, Pocket Sand is pretty good, but I don't take a lot of physical attacks that don't kill me. Backstabber is useful for you. Let's see, critical power. Wait! So, we need to figure out if this combo works, because this is going to be very fun if this works. So, you have Scholar already, right? Let's give you Stalwart. And we need to give you Critical Power, which we don't have. We need to figure out where that is. Critical Power is what, under Shaman or something? No, this is Safeguard. Nomad, maybe? No, Dervish. Dervish has critical power. So we're gonna send you into Dervish. We're gonna find out if this combo works, because it's gonna be fun if it does. So Stalwart plus critical power, I might be able to explode to drop me to 1 HP, and then nuke for several turns at 1 HP with the attack boost, and then explode for the final turn. I might be able to do that. It would be fucking hilarious. It obviously won't work on either of these bosses, because I can't explode on either of them. However, it would be... Well, actually, though, we could do a lot of crazy shit with that combo if it works. I think it should. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. So we should be able to make this happen, I think. Okay. Right. Keyline needs to be swapping to something else. What abilities do you need, Keyline? I could. Well, I also can use explode because it starts out with the ad. I could explode on the ad in the back, and then start blast. So basically, just do single target damage on the ad in the back instead of AOEing, and then just start nuking with thunder on the boss itself. There's actually some good options for me in terms of how to handle that situation. We'll just have to see. So we could do bleed. Let's see. Nomad, Beatsmith. I think we're going to want to do a rogue build. So we're going to be using sneak attack as our primary threat generator whenever possible. We'll be using shadow cut and trying to do maximal damage. The thing is that I would optimally want to become a ninja to do that, right? So let's take a look at what we have. So let's just start setting up Keyline. If we set you up as a ninja, we can give you the highest damage weapons available. That's this weapon, which is funny because this gives me magic up for 6 turns. That's very funny. And we can get the Legend Spike. And then we can get... This gives attack and... Let's do this just because we're going to have our sub-command be Trickery. And then we give you the Shadow Gi. Right, it was... What was the... You wouldn't be using those, though, because those are... The Battle Band is going to be given to French Silk. I have to basically make the choice if I was going to do that. I will have to think about that, but that's fine. So instead of the Shadow Gi, we could hypothetically go with... Oh, actually, the agility boost on you would be very useful. This is a little over a 10% increase in agility. Let's actually give you this. This gives me a bigger base damage increase. Crit damage is 53%. Oh, this gives me just plus 20 damage, not plus 20% damage, I think. Yes. Okay, this battle band is not as good as I thought it was. So this is plus 50 damage, not plus 50% damage. Gotcha. This actually means that these items are better to equip on you, weirdly enough, I think. 120%? What is your crit damage bonus? Why is this 120%? Oh, because both of these increase crit damage. Okay, okay, perfect. So if we do this, we need to look at our passives. So smoke screen, we don't need critical power. We want stalwart just on everybody. We could do pocket sand. Do 20% more physical damage if you're the bottom threat is very good. MP boost, crippling coat. I think 80% chance. We need perfect vision. So smoke screen, perfect vision, stalwart is 6. And then we have 4 for backstabber. We don't need anything else. I don't think we're going to need to change this build. This character is, I think, basically done. Let's give them a hemo ring and an undead ring just for shits and giggles, because we're not equipping that on Thinger right this second. But we are fucking around out here, so since we are fucking around out here, we are going to equip the tuxedo, and we will go to the Poseidon Stone. So, because of the fact that I don't need them to learn anything in particular, I think I'm going to just leave them as ninja so that I don't get confused about it. Hunter is... We need 2 more LP as Hunter. And then... I think... And the reason that I'm going all in like this is the intention for this party is basically that I'm going to be able to not die at all. That's my intention here, is to basically just be okay with fairly minimal chance of actually like falling over. And we'll see if I'm able to make that happen. I might need to swap out one of those daggers. Okay, we got 5 on the hunter. So you now have covert. So you'll generate 25% less threat with covert. Okay, how are we doing on Beastmaster? Beastmaster still needs a shit ton. Okay, we need 2 more for this. I'm gonna go ahead and just grab that. Because I don't know that we're gonna necessarily have a ton of other stuff that we need to pick up with the other people. And Pumpkin's gonna need a while anyway. We need a while for Pumpkin to cook. Okay, all set. All right. Okay, shadow cut on you. And we should be... I think we will be able to come up with a strat that'll work fairly consistently. To basically just be able to do just a bajillion damage. Particularly against the later boss, because I can set up a flare build on them that I think will get a lot of work done. Because if we have like 6 turns of like magic power boosts, I think that should carry us through basically anything, right? Okay, we now have Dervish done. Alright, let's take a look here. We're gonna go back to the home point. We're gonna activate Scholar again, because we still need a massive number of skill points left on Scholar. I guess I could start working on Scholar on Keyline. And yeah, let's just do that. Let's just put them on Scholar. And we'll give them a sub-command with an AoE. We should have enough swordplay to AoE at this point, I think. I'd be pretty surprised if I didn't. Yeah, Swallowtail's right here. Easy peasy. So... okay. All set. So... French Silk now has Covert. So... if we set you as a Fencer, that gives us 60% crit damage bonus. If we give your secondary of chivalry, you get access to resist break and, more importantly, magic break. Magic break, which can be used without worrying about cooldowns or any of that kind of shit. I think that'll work well. We give you the oily sword. We give you the crit fang, because you are the crit character, and we want to give you the maximum amount of crit chance. We don't necessarily want to worry about the other stuff. So this I think gives you base damage and gives you dexterity. This gives you a shit ton of agility. And we can give you defense pierce. Oh, I think that strength increases your defense pierce. That's good to know. So max MP. Right, we're looking for crit stuff. 15 dex is 1% crit chance and 3% crit damage. We could give ourselves the acrobat shoes, which gives us a pretty decent boost to a lot of different stuff. Do I have anything else? This gives me 4% crit. I think it makes... This also gives me base damage. I had forgotten about that. It gives me base damage, and it multiplies by 20% with this, I believe. So that should give us a pretty good DPS value. And then we have to look at your passives. So, in terms of passives, we're not going to be the bottom threat. So we want Stalwart. I guess we need to equip Sword, because we can't equip a Sword right now. Smoke Screen, dodges first physical attack. Uncounterable is very good, but we don't need it. Smoke Screen we want, and Crippling Coat. I like Crippling Coat, and I think it makes sense to keep it here. It's a little bit more optimal to have it on Keylime. The issue is that Keylime has Backstabber, which is very expensive. So we're not going to be able to have Backstabber on this character because they're not going to be bottom threat. And with that being the case, I think it makes sense to just give them Crippling Coat instead. I think that this makes sense, especially because we don't... Oh, wait. No. We needed to give them Covert. So yes, they get Covert. So... that will reduce their threat generation, which is going to be particularly useful when I get a checkmate crit. Though it might not matter in the case of a checkmate. It kind of depends on how quick the threat reduction is later on. So, with that being the case, I don't know that I have anything else that I necessarily need to do, other than, I guess, get the last 3 LP that I need on Scholar. So, I guess it makes sense for me to switch to Scholar. The top 2 hats are both things that I just can't equip, because they'll reduce my physical damage or trash my accuracy. Okay. So, you can do Odor Deposit. That's very fun and exciting. Let's do this. And the other thing that I should check is if I'm on you, my crit chance is 40%. If I use Wild Stance, which takes an entire turn to do, okay, it doesn't take an entire turn. It takes a charge time, and then we get our turn. So we still have 40% crit. Is luck not what determines crit? Did I choose the wrong one? No, I'm in the right one. So this is plus or minus 1,346 damage. We got a substantial minus. We got it, that's like half of the base value. Okay. So I think that Wild Stance might be the way to go. But it also might not be, just because if it's having my luck, it might make it so that my variance is just mostly going to skew low instead of high where I want it to be. We're gonna see. So we're gonna poison tip. Okay. I think I need one more with French Silk. Do I want to check the items before... Guess I didn't need to do Swallowtail on a single target, but that's fine. I could probably just auto-attack at this point. Maybe not. Apple's got a book on? So we poison tip, we get the crit. Non-crit. Okay, so French Silk can get functional mastery of Scholar here. So we need to get Build Life and Thinger, and we need to figure out where these other abilities are. Okay, so give me a second. MP Sickle we've gotten, Adrenaline we've gotten, Fire Breath we've gotten. Okay, I actually have a question that I think is important to ask. I actually have a couple of questions. So the first question is, if an ability is on... If I've seen an ability on this list at all, like even if an enemy hasn't used it, but I've seen the enemy that uses it, will it show up on Scholar? So basically, there's no reason to go through my monster list to find these because they're just not any of the monsters that we fought that have these. So that's question number 1. And question 2 is, are there any of these that I need that require fighting enemies that run away from you? Because only enemies that run away use that particular ability. Okay. Sunbath, Infusion, Whirlwind, Atmosphere, Barrier. Fusion, Build Life. You have Lucky Dice. Do I have that? I don't have that. So one of the abilities is Lucky Dice, and we have confirmation that they don't show up until you do the thing. So we need to fight you in the sewers. So let's pop into the sewers. And we will learn this with everyone, actually, with everyone, because we can just equip you with the learner's pin, and then we can have everybody learn it. Easy. My monster magic list first. This is the list. So one of these two is Lucky Dice. The other is something else. And then we have the 2 revivals that are fairly easy to get. So we need to go up again, I think. I don't think this is going to be... Oh, it is. Okay. So, we're basically just going to skip turns until you use Lucky Dice on me. There it is. We've just literally never spent enough time in a fight with one of these for them to use Lucky Dice. Okay. And French Silk doesn't need to actually stay a Scholar. We can remove them from Scholar and put them on something else now. Okay, so that's the first thing learned. So, we just need one more. It should be fairly early, I would imagine. Whirlwind. I think we already have Whirlwind. Regenerate. Let's see. Atmosphere. We've never seen reverse polarity again, have we? Okay, so it's reverse polarity. And I don't think I've ever seen something that... So that boss has it. Oh, yeah, we can fight the bosses. Good call. Yeah. We could just beat the spider up again. Sepulchra. Yeah, so Sepulchra has reverse polarity. And we just start poking. And then we just wait. Please don't kill yourself. Okay, I need to... I'm gonna poke again. I'm hoping that after half-life they just use it automatically. There we go. That's very funny. So, reverse polarity heals... That's... This is very strong. Ooh, interesting. Not only does reverse polarity reverse the damage for them, it reverses it for the entire ability. So you can see that I'm going to hurt myself if I do this. Okay, this is rude that I can't use this on an enemy and kill them instantly. You know, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So that's another way. I'm just gonna use the infusion here. No, it's just because of the specific details of how infusion works. I don't think that's... Now that I think about it. It's because I'm healing for a portion of the healing that I'm doing to the other target, which means that since I'm damaging them instead of healing them, I'm... You know, is it maybe better for me to just do this? Okay, so we can master this. We just need to get to Callisto. And drop down on you? No, you use some bullshit. You don't use the thing that I need you to use. Explode. I guess I could have put you to sleep, huh? So this is damage. This plus or minus 735. It's based entirely on your luck stat. Boom. Okay, you have a spell that you're casting. What are you casting? Okay, we're gonna Swallowtail. Nightfall. You are using Life Giver. So we learned Life Giver. Rending Cut. Why is that doing such little damage? We don't have full HP, so we can't try our explode combo here. Overload is... I could overload and then remedy it off. Okay, I have a way of consistently applying power up now. Yeah, reverse polarity, I had completely forgotten about it. Okay. So this ability is build life. So let's figure out which enemies use it. I think the spookier skeletons use build life instead. The cactums. Okay, you know what? This is definitely the route that we need to take. Not Mercury's wrong. We need to go to Mars. We're going back to the cactuses. Come on, cacti. Where are you at? Are you a cactus? There's one of you. Okay. So we basically just kill one of the ads. We just killed both of the ads, honestly. And then it's going to use build life, and then we'll have Scholar mastered. And once we have Scholar mastered, we can see what happens from here. Wow, those thorns don't do nearly as much damage as they used to. Okay, then. Okie dokie, then. Okay, so we're going to save the game. We've now mastered Scholar on you. And you can get your next ability. I'll take Balm, I think. Balm's really strong. Unfortunately, it can only target other characters, and the strategy that I'm going with for them doesn't really lend itself to that. I guess I'll just beat you up. Okay. Reaping cut, and we're golden. So, Scholars up to 10. It could be, but I mean, reverse polarity is a very, very common term. I don't know that, like, where it got popularized in like popular media. It might have been Doctor Who, because Doctor Who is like all over the place, right? Like, it's not unreasonable to think that all the other places that are using the term reverse polarity were broadly inspired by Doctor Who. Wow. Quadruple kill, let's go. How much does the Cactuar give me? Oh, right, we might actually have an enemy around here that we need to fight. I don't think we do. I think it's the egg. I don't think it's going to be anything more interesting than that. Yeah. It's a very common like sci-fi term. Okay. Everybody's always got to reverse the polarities in sci-fi. Let's go beat up a chimera. Just for shits and giggles. Fuck. Okay. They're both pretty old. I don't know which is older. But also, I don't know when either of them started using reverse polarity to talk about things. Like, I don't know if like the original series used reverse polarity that much, right? So, because I watched Star Trek, like a lot as a kid. Let's see. What am I looking to do? Okay. Let's look for some sea critters. That's what I should probably do. Let's warp to home point. We can equip ourselves with the more final builds that we had settled on. We settled on you being a fencer with a captain's hat, I believe, and a Rex vest. Let's see. Well, Kirk is from the original series. I watched a lot of The Next Generation as a kid, because I was, look, I'm not that old. I'm not that old. But yeah, I really liked Captain Picard. Like, the original series, to me, always felt just like really dated. Like, when I never watched the original series with my parents, so like when I was watching the original series periodically, it always just felt like, okay, well, this is like old though. Which wouldn't have happened if I had watched it like as a little kid regularly with my parents, but I never did. So let's see. I also don't know that it's necessarily appropriate to compare Kirk to Picard, because if anything, Picard is Spock, because obviously Riker is Kirk, right? Like, Kirk and Riker are the same person. Are they not? I don't know. Like, we still have Kirk in The Next Generation. It's just it's a different character now. Let's see here. It's comparing apples and oranges. So let's see here. So you are set as a scholar, which is fine. We can get the mixed magic stuff. You still have a bunch of spells that you haven't learned. Like, it would be nice to get fire breath potentially. Insult is funny. We don't need it, though. We still don't have whirlwind on you. We can get reflection, actually. Reflection is very useful, potentially. I'll have to consider that later. So French Silk is going in on Fencer. They're doing their primary build. Do I want to do that, though? I guess it kind of makes sense, considering that I have you... I mean, I could just slap red magic on you or something. Do I want to? Because I'd like to go. I'd like to go get the stuff out of that other place, and it makes a degree of sense to do it while I am still getting LP. Yeah, I need to get the stuff from in there. So we're gonna just set you to have red magic. Actually, I guess I could just give you green magic. Where is it? There it is. And we can give you... We don't need this. So we're going to have our amazing... Yeah, we also have multiple enemies that we haven't seen in there at all, I think. And we have some enemies that we've seen but haven't beaten. So you are going to get... You're going to stay Scholar. Do I have a passive for Equip Dagger? I don't. Can I get it, though? Probably. Sure can. Okay, we can get Equip Dagger. Perfect. So we can unequip... We don't need Fast Cast if we're going to be exploding on people, but we do need it if we're going to be blowing people up with other stuff. We don't need Smokescreen, so let's equip Dagger. There we go. So we're going to give you... Actually, we don't need Equip Dagger. We need Equip Wand, right? We need Equip Wand. Because there's a 50%... There's the Flame Seeker thing. This is better than having that buff. So we're not going to do that. Mage's Platter gives us magic up on the first turn. That's great for us. Armor up. Okay, you need... Unfortunately, so you can't equip heavy armor, so you can't get the explode gear. You can't do a full explode setup. Unless I swap you out of Scholar. But I want to keep you under Scholar. So... Do I make you a wizard? Key Lime is going to swap this for Summon. Because Key Lime is mastered on Summoner. So that just makes sense. They have the Mirror Shield, which is very strong for this place. We have Mixed Magic. We have Monster Magic. Okay, Chivalry is not needed. We will swap you to a class that makes sense for us. I think you swap to Wizard. And you should actually be on Wizard. You should either be on Wizard or on a class that can equip Heavy. So, do we want to do Mimic? Yeah, let's do Mimic, actually. We'll do Mimic, and we'll set our thing as Monster Magic. We don't have Mimic mastered on this character, so we might as well. And then we can equip the Guts Busby. And then we need the Seeker's Garb. That gives us a huge boost. We do lose out on learning if we switch out on Skull. That's true. Do we... Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, we'll leave you on... That's not the right class. We will leave you on Scholar. It's fine. So, we swap Equip Wand back on. Equip the Flame Seeker, Monster Magic. We'll do the subcommand of Fire. This will allow us to use an AoE fire attack for AoE situations. And I think that makes a lot of sense. We can't equip the Guts Busby. We'll equip the Ravenshood because it has 10 mind on it. You are going to have a sub-command of mixed magic. No, you're going to have monster magic as your sub-command. No, you won't. You're going to have mixed magic. You can equip spell lifesteal, why not? And shell gown, yes. Shell gown is important for this. Okay, anything else that we need to do here? You're a Beastmaster. Do Beastmasters wear heavy? Oh, they do, okay. And did we set your subclass to something you can use? Yes, okay. So you can cast Whirlwind, and that'll have to suffice. So we're going to pop over to that crystal again. And see how it goes. I think we should have enough elevation here. It's going to be kind of funny if we don't, because we didn't jump up on top of that tree, and we always jump on top of that tree to give ourselves a little bit of extra oomph. But it should be fine, because we're on a Quintar. We got here with an owl, so on a Quintar it should be trivial, I think. Easy. Oh, also we don't need to land on top. We just need to go to the other thing. So here we go. Pop over here. And we're going to basically fight whatever we feel like. We don't need to fight the solo puppet over there. So let's see what we need to do here. So in terms of our monsters, we need... Alright, we need to find something that's in between the Puppet Master and the robot. And we have Landslide coming in eventually. We are going to equip... which one are you? You can equip the float ring. Float shoes, rather. And do I have anything else? I'll give you the host cross just for the hell of it. You don't have the float stuff because you're going to be potentially blowing up. And we'll give float to the wizard. We're going to be going for everything. We're going to try to get everything in this area. So French Silk is currently a wizard, and I didn't teach them any abilities. So let's give them Firen. And Bolt and Bolton. And I could give you Initial Focus, and I will. You don't need Covert. We'll give you Initial Focus. There you go. And you don't need a sword. This gives plus 50 mind. This gives 80 mind. Let's go. Okay. You need to have Refresher. I don't need this, so let's give ourselves Refresher. And we should have Refresher on everybody if we can. I'm going to take off Auto Revival. No. You're going to be blowing yourself up and shit, so... you do need to have Refresher, though. That's actually critical, so... I'm actually going to take off Auto Revival. Let's use Refresher. Let's see what happens with this. Perfect Vision. We don't need that. And we don't really need Safeguard. We're going to do this. You have a bunch of stuff you don't need on. We will give you Refresher. Ooh, actually, can I get... It doesn't matter, because we're not in a situation to do it, but... Where am I going? Okay, we're going to eye back up. We're going to go down here, and now we're going to be fighting a trio here. This should be relatively easy to do, I think. So, we can... I think I'm going to just blow these up first, just to get the item. And then once we've done that, I'll worry about the other bits. So we'll use a whirlwind here. You will use Firen. Okay, that's me life-stealing. Yes, that's me life-stealing. Okay. So if you were to explode right now, you would deal 3,000 damage, which isn't really that much. Let's do... Irina. So Bolt comes out, Activate comes out. That's actually excellent for me. So since it automatically activated... Wait, doesn't Safeguard... Isn't Safeguard only supposed to activate on when you get to critical? Oh, that's funny. They're actually countering with that. Do we want to cast a Sunbath? I think we're going to Sunbath. Okay, we're going to Silence. We're not going to Silence until after they've already done their shift, originally, but that's okay. Oof. Okay, so the puppets should be dead here. Safeguard comes out on the Puppet Master. Cast Build Life on Apple. You casting Boltina. Ooh! That's bad. I might be in trouble here. Okay, we're gonna double cast Life. This Puppet Master is very tanky. I am basically out of stuff to do. So I think I die here. Like, I think this is actually going to kill me. Nope, it used a single target. We're fine. Okay, so we can cast Build Life, and we can cast Flare. Okay, what are you casting? You have no mana left. So I don't think there's anything you can do. You can Atmosphere. That's an AoE, that's gonna kill me. Wow. Holy shit. That is a really, really difficult fight. That's like an intense amount of damage that they can do. We did go in without full MP, but like the more relevant thing was that they just were doing so much damage that they just killed me outright. Their AoE is fire for the most part, so I think I know how to handle this. What I need to do is we need to single target the Puppet Master, and we need to cast the spell that I can't do because I'm not. Wait a second. We're going to change our subcommand for you over to white magic so that we can just cast Blackout. If we cast Blackout, we're immune to their damage. So the AoEs won't be able to kill me. Let's see. I'd need to be able to get a silence off before the other people start nuking. What I should probably do... Blackout makes you immune to fire. So it makes the entire party immune to fire. So Blackout is very strong for a situation like this. I think that Blackout is kind of a hard counter to this fight until you get down the ads. It's also possible that the Puppet Master will still use Bolt even with the ads alive. I don't actually know. But we're going to find out. We're activating IBEC. Okay. Oh, we're on top. Okay, so Blackout lasts for 3 turns. So I think that's basically GG. It does affect everybody. I can't do fire damage right now, so... Ooh, I shouldn't have done that. Let's see. Why is my Thunder doing less damage than the other character's normal Bolt spell? Oh, because they're... Oh, I have the fire boost thing active. That's what's going on. Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be a lot harder because I forgot what I was doing. We can Star Flare. And this is something that I can just keep casting. So I don't need to worry about that. Not worth it. I'm gonna just start Star Flaring. But yeah, I needed to change this character's setup. They're currently set up to do fire damage. And I'm making... It halves my non-fire damage, so... I actually should be casting these as AoEs. I should be using the AoE Bolt spell instead. Because every time I do this, the Awakened Puppet is going to be casting Reflection on a random target. And that will mean that that random target is immune to the single target damage. Oh, it's 3 instances of fire damage. It's not 3... Interesting. We're going to do another Blackout. I thought it was 3 turns, but it's not. It's 3 instances. We could explode for no damage. Wait, why will this do any damage? Oh, you're not immune. You don't have the thing anymore for some reason. Okay, we need to... I'm gonna sunbath because I just realized that Apple is nearly dead. This Bolton's coming out. Okay, we're using Blackout again. Right in time. Sunbath comes out. Bolt. That's death. Boltina comes out. So the boss does have the ability to do Boltina even if the others aren't dead. Which really sucks. However, it's actually really low on mana already. We're going to use Curina, and we're going to cast Life with you. So this will get me back in good shape, except it won't because 2 people are not going to have Blackout active. So that is unfortunate. That could have been calculated better. Do you have Shell? You do. So the puppets are slowly running out of mana. I think I actually would want to just use a thinger ability for these. I'm gonna cast Shell. No, I think I have Reflect. Do I have Reflect? Is that what that ability is? No, that's Stalwart. I already have Shell. You already have Shell. I don't need to cast Shell. We're gonna cast a heal on Keylime. Who does have... You have permanent Reflect. Okay, Bolton comes out. That's lethal. Or not lethal. That's Thinger. We're going to... We're not going to raise you up because there's no reason to. If I use Blackout... I think we Blackout. Because if both of these use a fire spell, then one of the characters will get hit by it. So that was the correct choice. Oh, no, they won't. I am just running out of Thinger, I think. Let's see. I'm going to cast Heal on French Silk, I guess. And we're going to hope. This is Firen. Perfect. So you can use... You need to use an AoE heal if you're going to heal. I don't see any reason to try to get this off right now. I'm going to AoE heal. I want to prep myself for the next lightning. But yeah, we're treating this as like an actual boss fight. We're running them out of mana. There's just no reason to be fancy about it, I think. Okay, Puppet Master is at 96. This puppet is at 0. This puppet is at 76. Okay, we're casting Blackout. That's very nasty. Okay, you are the target now? So you can cast Refresh on yourself if you want, but that's probably not going to help me any. I'm going to cast Life. No. I'm just going to throw a heal at French Silk, see if... Okay, this is Firen. That does nothing. So that boss is doing something. I'm going to use Curina. It's using Firen. Okay. So we're back to a good amount of HP. Puppet Master has 30 MP. Puppet 2 has 30. We're gonna skip. Bolt comes out, just does some damage to the puppet. Okay, it now has 24. I don't know. I could MP Sickle on the Puppet Master if I wanted. Let's MP Sickle. That'll eliminate the last of its mana. And then we won't have to worry about it casting anything here. We still have to worry about the other one casting. And the fire comes out, and that could have killed us. Okay. They're done. None of them can do anything. We're going to go ahead and just double cast Life. Whew. Okay, so from here, we can just use cheap stuff. Let's see. I think I'm gonna skip turn there. I can actually no. I can have you just use. Oh, and Reflection costs mana probably, so I probably can't. Okay, so we can use Flare, which will deal most of its HP, and. Okay, this will put us before. We don't want to go before. Okay, we're going to start casting Refresh. Cast Refresh on Apple first. Okay, Flare comes out. I guess it can't. Safeguard does still work. Okay. Let's see. So we can fire in now. We can Whirlwind. And we can... Oh, you don't even have Whirlwind, do you? You're gonna skip turn, actually. Yeah, the hope here is that we never have to deal with this nasty of a pack ever again. Like, this is the only time that we have to deal with this. I don't know for sure that that will end up being the case. I should have been using Firina. What am I doing? Fuck. I'm an idiot. Okay, Lucky Dice on you. There might be a easier way to get their drop. There might be a single puppet with a Puppet Master, which is a substantially easier fight. We're also better prepped for it now than we were before. Like, knowing that Reflection costs MP to cast for them. Yes, the Puppet On is a separate creature, and Puppet On is the only one that drops an item. So this is a Codex, 10% Mind and Spirit, and max HP, and 150... That's actually Just a nice solid item. How do I get through here? Wait, what? How do I get through here? How did the enemy get through here and I can't? What's happening? Rude? Oh man. Okay, well, let's hope that I don't fuck this up. Because we don't have any resources left, so if I run into an enemy on my way over there, then I am boned. So... where the hell was it? Oh, those are deep. Okay. Okay. Archmage Vest? Okay. What does an Archmage Vest do? 57 mind and spirit, and generate less threat. Okay, that's pretty good. Also, I have the Seeker's Garb on. That's right. Okay, so... you have the float shoes and a mirror shield. So if I look at the monsters in here, the robot has Bolt, Icena. I think Icena is a AoE. And we got the drop from the code from this. And this just drops Phoenix Juice, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, actually these both drop Phoenix Juice. Okay. So... the book might be worth equipping on someone. It'll vary depending on what I'm trying to accomplish specifically. But yeah, we still need to kill the robot. And we need to figure out what the last thing... I don't actually remember the pattern. Give me a second. Not that it necessarily matters, because I think that's just to open the thing at the end. Why are we here already? Is this the second one, not the third one? I thought this was the third one. Green, blue, blue, red, okay. So green... that's blue... Okay, there's an enemy here. Let's fight this. That's a Forbidden Grace. Thunder damage heals it. Abilities cost 90% less 8 MP. Okay. Let's see. Sheer. So you don't really have a ton of stuff to play with. I assume it's going to be using Thunder. I'm going to Spotlight. Not that it matters. I'm going to MP Sickle. Firen does a decent bit of damage. How much does damage does Blaze? Blaze does a pretty good amount of damage, considering that it also causes a dot that does an okay amount on something like this. I'm gonna heal. You're gonna stun lock. MP Sickle comes out. Sunbath comes out. And... I guess we'll lucky dice on you. don't have anything to do on you right now. Deathly Chill comes out. Oh, that's fun. So it's going to Deathly Chill, and then it's going to insta-give me with ice. That's, I believe, what it's going to do. I'm going to MP Sickle. Except it's not, because it's going to get reflected because it's single target. Oh! God damn it. Okay, that's very rude. Okay. But we've seen the enemy now. So Forbidden Grace, it does have a drop item, so we do need to kill one of those. And I think the strat for that is actually just burning all of its MP so that it can't do the combo. I think that's the strat. Yeah. We're making progress. Let's go ahead and equip this. Funnily enough, Pumpkin was immune to the instant death, but died anyway because they didn't have enough HP to survive it. You cannot do anything of relevance here. French Silk can pick up not Storm Stance because light that would just not help against this. Though I guess it might help against the robot. Let's pick it up. We'll pick it up just for the robot later. Alright, and now we can pop back over to Callisto, and we can... I think we'll be able to kill that thing. Everybody has MP Sickle, and it only has like 200 MP. So we can burn through its entire MP bar in 2 rounds. And if we burn through its entire MP bar in 2 rounds, then it can't do anything, and we just beat it up. So we should be okay against this thing. It just requires that we burn its entire MP bar. Because it has 90% lower costs. 90% is not 100%. We just need to drop it to 0. And if it gets off the Deathly Chill, that's fine. It just needs to die before it finishes the combo with Thinger. So it is green, and then blue, and then we go south a bit and we say, hello, friend. Okay, so fairly simple. I mean, you can't do that, but that's okay. You'll just cast fire. No, you'll cast blaze. Okay, and you can MP Sickle. And it uses the stun lock on French Silk, because French Silk generates threat there, which is nice. Okay, Deathly Chill comes out. Okay. Oh, are you out? You're completely out. Done. Fully done. Okay, so from here, we can kind of just do whatever we want, because it can't do anything to us. We could just explode on it, which does nothing, apparently. I don't want to use Star Flare. I think I'm going to use... What is my cheapest spell? I don't have any cheap nukes, unfortunately. I'll just use Lucky Dice. Okay, you can use Lucky Dice as well. Alright, we just blaze you again. And it's taking pretty decent damage from the blaze. You can... Oh, you have actual cool spells to cast. Do we cast this? Or do we just cast a fire spell? The other characters are casting much more expensive stuff. I'm actually going to use this. Okay. We could douse it, I guess. Oh, actually, we should frost it. Well, we can't frost it now. Need to wait for a better opportunity. Okay, you can cast Flare again, but there's no reason to do that. We'll just cast Fire. You can cast Blaze. And then the other two I think are just going to chill, because they've already burned through a lot of mana. We want to optimally have a decent mana bar for the robot. So we just douse you. You can cast Fire. And then I think it just dies to the burn, so we just wait. Okay. Zether. So we got its drop item. And we don't have to fight this ever again, because we got the drop item. So, we have the robot, and that's the last enemy in here. We've never fought and killed... That was my second blue, right? So we just need to go to red. And that is our spooky robot. We actually haven't picked up this item. That's just a Zether pouch. So, is that the hole? I think that's the hole. This is the exit. So, we're at the robot. This has how much mana? It only has 220 MP. We're going to just immediately start spamming MP Sickle on this. And you can't do that. You take 75% less thinger. I'm going to go... No, we can't do... It doesn't do physical damage, so it doesn't matter. We are going to... I guess... Douse and then Blaze. You are floating, so you're one of the characters that's going to be able to survive. And I don't remember what it does off the bat here. If it uses Landslide off the bat, it's going to kill me before I get this off. I'm gonna lean in. Okay, it's stun locking. That's perfect. That means that we get 3 MP Sickles off. Good fucking luck. Okay, unfortunately, it's now going to get its next ability off before we get our nukes off. But that's okay. We're going to cast Thunder. No. We're going to cast Flare. We're going to cast MP Sickle. And the reason that we're doing it this way is... Oh, Arrow's way cheap. Let's use Arrow. This is the Landslide. Apple survives... I forgot they had Stalwart. So the MP Sickle comes out. It's out of mana now, I think. Yep. Completely out of mana. Can't do shit. So the hope is that it drops its item on the first try. If it doesn't, then I'm going to be sad. Okay. I don't know why I'm still casting Blaze. I should be casting Douse or something. We can just cast Fire now. Arrow is so expensive for what it does. I didn't need to do both. That's more expensive than I need to waste, but that's fine. Okay. That's an Ether Shield. Let's go. Okay, we got the item. It gives 5% Mind and Spirit, which is not terrible. We can drop down here, which gives us this maze. And I believe we've explored everything in here, but there were enemies in this maze. I'm going to fight one of them and see what it is. It's this. I'm actually just going to give up. I'm not going to try to fight this pack right here. Perfect. So, we're now done with the labyrinth. We don't need to worry about the labyrinth anymore. We need to figure out... This is Jade Cavern. So, is there another enemy in the Jade Cavern, do we think? Probably, right? Okay. So... do we... Okay, we can swap our classes back to where we want to be. So you are going to be a fencer. Your secondary was... Let's default to chivalry. We're going to swap your passives up because you don't need these. What am I doing? I actually like A to Z. So stalwart, we don't need refresher. We can take smoke screen, which is very useful, and equip sword. It is tempting. This gives us plus 20% crit. You know, maybe we do want to use chartreuse. But it has so much lower attack power, though. The oily sword has such high attack power. Like, the base damage with this is just so much lower. But we do get a huge amount of value out of that crit. Get the Rex Vest equipped. Then we get... Oh, Lucky Dice will randomly target multiple enemies. That's funny. Magic abilities have 100% more variance is interesting. You could pair this with this to make Lucky Dice into a very scary attack, potentially. So at that point, instead of doing 100% variance, it does 200% variance. And it's AoE. Randomly. I don't know what that means. Maybe it doesn't always, but... let's see. Did I use Mugger's Glove? What did I use on you? Right. We have a thing that actually just increases our crit chance, right? The crit fang. So we just give you a crit fang. So now you have a, what, 73% chance to crit? Let's go. And that means that you don't need equip sword. You could use Fury. Oh, right, you were trying to do covert, right? Yes, you don't need an initial focus, so... Covert. And let's just give you Fury for funsies. Alright. We're basically... We don't need to do Scholar Skill hunting because we've mastered Scholar on French Silk. So the other characters are doing Scholar right now because we were going into a magic place. But we don't need to keep them there. I think that we're going to keep Apple here because Apple is going to be using it as a main ability. So we're going to keep them on Scholar until they get the ability to unlock them without needing to switch into it. But we don't need to do that with you. You can just swap over to Ninja, have your secondary be Trickery, and then we can equip both of these daggers. The Mage's Pike is very strong for the initial bit of combat. Do I have anything else that's functionally similar? The Flame Spike is actually very good for a lot of reasons. This reduces my fire damage taken. It's not as good as the Mage's Spike, even for like pure melee, but when combined with things like the Oily Sword, it can do really crazy things. So what was I doing with you? I was giving you, I believe, the Shadow Gi. Is that who I want to give this Shadow Gi to? I think so. What is your attacks are what, dex based? Yes, your attacks are dex based. So I think we just give you the battle band. No, we're taking the captain's hat. Captain's hat's going to you because your attacks are dex-based. You're going to get the battle band instead. It reduces our crit chance and stuff with French Silk a bit, but that's fine. You are agility-based, so you definitely want to hold on to this. That's a fairly huge amount of agility to be getting. You can get 30 AP at the battle start, which would allow me to start the battle off with things like just spamming sneak attack. Or I could get the Shadow Gi, which gives me a 50 crit damage bonus. Why does this only... Because why does this give me a plus 13 to attack instead of plus 20? Give myself the Hemo Ring. Attack 20... Oh, right, because of the 35% reduction. Yes. So pure attack boosts are going to be less valuable to me as a result of the fact that I'm a ninja. Do we want the... I think I'm going to take the Shadow Gi. Because this seems like a reasonable thing to do. How are we doing on crit? So 44% crit, 120% crit damage. Interestingly enough, the two of them are in parity. Should I... Oh, I don't actually have the Oily Sword on right now. So we'll think about that combination later. But I'm actually. I have some plots for something I could do with the with Fencer. So Ninja gives me. We're gonna bring out the calculator. So because I should be able to do this math on my own. It's what 35% damage reduction. 35% reduction in attack, which is functionally a 35% reduction in damage, though it's actually more than that against high defense targets like the ones that we're going to be fighting. Well, let's assume 35%. So 65% times 2, that's 130. So we're only doing 30% extra damage with Ninja, over assuming that both weapons were just as good. So if instead of doing Ninja, we did Fencer, we get 60% crit damage bonus. We do have, I think, Fencer has less dex than Ninja, probably. Yeah, Ninja's gonna have more dex. Let's take a look. Right now, 201. Wait, what? Yes, that makes sense. Sorry, yes. So 219. I thought that I traveled the other direction. I was like, wait, what happened? So that's 18 extra dex. That's almost a 10% increase in damage on its own, right? Because that's the multiplier into the other things. And so it might be worth doing that. But I don't know. Because the thing is that a Fencer, I get the 60% extra crit damage. So if we are on a Fencer, and we get... Oh, we can't get Equipped Dagger, can we? Equipped Dagger costs 2. We can... Oh, wait. We need to change all of our stuff again. So you need Perfect Vision. We have Backstabber. We don't need Attack Boat Focus. What else did you have? Smokescreen. So a Fencer build would require that I take off Smokescreen in favor of, which actually makes sense because I'm not going to be taking any damage that's physical against the two bosses that I'm fighting. So wait, let us cook here. We've got Equipped Dagger. If we do Equipped Dagger, we also get Pocket Sand, which is a nice little boost. And we can then use either this or this. I think it's better to use this. So if we do this combo, we only have 146% crit damage bonus. That's not sufficient. This gives me 20% crit chance and has really, really high dex growth. So 20% crit chance. If I have over 100%... Okay, we don't need Equipped Dagger now. And instead of Pocket Sand, we could take either Regenerator or Smokescreen. Let's take Smokescreen for now. This gives us the ability to use this. What is our crit chance and crit damage? Crit damage is only 92% with this setup. Crit chance is 65%.
I think the additional stats we get out of the dual wield makes it probably worth it. The nice advantage of just doing straight rogue. What is your dex right now? 228. So you have another 5% base damage over ninja. You could also do assassin, but assassin doesn't have a passive that helps you. Right, I'm trying to do too much shenanigans with this before I learn what items I'm going to have access to. Actually, that's not entirely true. Wait, monks use medium, right? Okay, never mind. We're gonna figure it out. So, let us. I think I will do the ninja setup for now, but we do have the option to do other things that might work out as well, if not better. I also have to be concerned about the fact that I'm equipping you with covert. So on round 1, before anybody has any threat generated, I don't know. This might actually cause a problem for me. We'll be able to check that though. So, anything else that we need to do? You are in Beastmaster. That's where you need to be, and we have 10 more to get here, and then monk. We need 10 more in monk. And once we have those 20, we will be fully mastered, and then we're going to head back to the Jade Cavern. So... Oh, we do get the eagle stance as well. If we do that. It's not just... That's very funny. Okay, we need to give Apple a better weapon as well. Oh. Oh! I have the Stone of Jordan equipped, which converts my damage to thinger. Okay, that explains a lot. You know what? We'll give you the Undead Ring for now. I'm not gonna worry about it. Alright. Just gives me a little bit of extra damage output on them. I should consider actually doing like a full DPS setup on Keyline, because Keyline is currently the one who's going first, but it doesn't make a difference. There's not that many single targets at the start here. Alright. The other thing that I could do, if I wanted, is I could head out to the ocean and start exploring the ocean to see what kind of enemies are out there and what kind of shinies there are available there. But because of the fact that I'm not going to be getting the items that are because I'm not going to be filling the thing out completely, because there are enemies underwater that, well, there are creatures underwater that run away from me, so I'm not going to be fighting those. Since those exist, I don't know, and I don't know how many types there are in those packs. It's kind of a pain to try to get full exploration of the coast. Maybe I should, we could explore the coast more instead of puttering here. It'll just take a little longer to get the skill points, but it will mean that we don't have to waste time on it later. I think it's probably better to do it this way. I don't know how much of the bestiary I'm going to be filling out. Because of the fact that I'm not going to be filling the bestiary in completely, I feel like I'm unfortunately not going to be able to get every achievement. But that's fine. Whoa. I have... Wow. Oh, shit. Whoops. I just realized that I changed them off of the Reaper secondary, so I don't have an AoE on them. Alright, we're almost done with Scholar. I guess we'll get them all the way to the point of Mastery, just for funsies. Jeez. Them crits. Okay. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately it's taken quite a long time to finish up here. Yeah, I do think that this is a reasonable setup. Yeah, because it's taken so long, I don't think that we're going to be able to finish both of the bosses today. We're going to need to do some tinkering. Once we've settled on what we're trying to do for our base build, we still have other shenanigans that need to happen. Because we're probably not going to make it work with our base build. Our base build is going to need some tinkering to deal with the specific details of the fights. It's kind of weird that I'm like trying to set up a generic build that's like my endgame build, when the endgame is just 2 boss fights that are going to need kind of specialized setups. But it's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, we've got you up to 25. So we'll get the last 3 while we're here, because that's going to happen automatically. Pick these 2 up. Now we just need 4 more. I'm sure there's better places to get LP. But unfortunately, I never ran into a Cactuar-like thing, I don't think. Like something that just gives a shit ton of LP. We found a thing that was very similar to a Cactuar, but it didn't give that much LP. The other thing that we could do for LP is actually just fight bosses. We could just go into the thing. The boss that we killed there gave a lot of LP. It didn't give like over a full level's worth of LP. So I could actually just chain fight some of the bosses. In fact, we could go try out the gauntlet if we wanted. Well, I don't. We don't need to fight the gauntlet though, because it'll start us off on fairly weak. Let's go to the new world. Let's see what boss seems like a good target. So like this thing gives 100 right on its own, and I could kill that in one hit probably. Gran only gives 100? Is that just default for... Do bosses just give 100? The Inami certainly did. So Sea Skimmer... Ooh, Sea Skimmer and Skimmer Boss give... You know, let's actually do this. Let's go fight some... Because we have the sea snakes here that we didn't actually do anything with. Where the hell did we fight them? Let's do it. That's not the right place. It's kind of a uniquely bad place to go, actually. Alright, we're gonna go over here. And we'll just drop in here. So we're looking for enemies in the open sea, not in the deep sea. So... we'll need to figure out where everything is. Oh, I forgot to change up. Alright, since I'm right here, we're going to go back to our home point. Because we're going to be fighting higher level enemies now, we need to actually swap you to have your reaping ability. Is everybody actually equipped and everything? I think we're fine. Okay, so we were just at Ganymede. Alright. So let's pop down here. I don't remember what critters were in the ocean outside of here. This is where this is the Shadow Province. Does anyone remember what coast the sea serpents were off of? This is Sea Skimmers. If I shadow cut this, oh, that did nothing. I don't have a very good setup for this, do I? Ooh, that nuke's gonna come out before I get my turn again. Okay, we're exploding on this. I don't think that I can get saved from that with Thinger, because I was at full HP there. So that was a proof of concept that went very badly, unfortunately. Yeah, this is not... I need to give myself more Thingers. Sneak attack on you. Okay. Okay, I don't actually have the ability to revive. Or heal, for that matter. We're gonna swap your gear. You need the Undead Ring. Because it's not like anyone can heal you anyway. And we might as well give you the Bone Trophy.
And you're dead, so I don't need to give you anything. Alright, so you're not where we need to be. And if I go down even slightly, I'm immediately in the deep sea. So it really does have to be something in the shallows. Or something that's in the open sea, but not, like, near land. But I don't... Is it just me, or am I running on the water instead of... I'm running on top of the water, question mark? Okay, well... That's fine. So we're gonna go over here... Okay, there's a thing here. What are you? There's the sea snakes. Perfect. So, we have steal items on this. We failed to steal it. They are using physical attacks. We're going to use reaping. Oh, these... Oh, no. Wait, do I... I don't have a thing equipped, do I? I don't have a lifesteal item equipped. I am completely boned here. So I can't steal from these. I'm going to try to steal from this again. We stole the Phoenix Juice. We Swallowtail. Oh, we can use Wild Arts. This has Lifesteal! But it's going to kill me before I get it off, I think. That's too bad. I could have used Feast. If I had done Feast on the first turn... Oh, wait! Okay! Okay, you don't have anything else. We can backstab this sea snake and kill it. Hopefully instantly. Not quite, but close enough for government work. Because that is lethal. The bite comes out. And we can use Feast again. Oh, we can just spam it? Oh! That's good. So we can spam... that ability. Okay, we have mastered Beastmaster. We can't spam it right now, though, because we're not going to have it. So, we're going to teleport back to our home point, having successfully found the sea serpents. And we are going to equip... Nope. We're going to change class to Monk. Once we have Monk mastered... let's see. We can do some really cool stuff. So we need to get something equipped. We don't need a refresher. We will get Equip Scythe. That allows us to equip our primary setup. And get a suitor hat. And get this. Alright, so we should be fine now. Let's save the game. Now that I think about it, I think there might be some critters in the water right down here. So let's just head to the water around this thing. Because I feel like I did see some around here, but maybe not. Maybe it was in the deep. Looks like it's probably in the deeps. So let's go to the deep sea. Because I was fairly sure there were enemies around here that I didn't fight. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay, where are we now? We're just north of Sarasara Beach. And I think there were enemies over here. I don't remember what they were. Wave hunters are on the open sea. Do we feel like this is the end of the open sea and then this is going to be other stuff entirely? Because I feel like that might be the case. We're going to want to steal from the Mage Knight. And we don't necessarily need to kill it. We just need to steal from it. Let's actually do that. That's a good thing to do. Actually, we're gonna kill it first, and then we're gonna steal from it. Reason for that, that we'll just steal from it first. Boop. Okay. We'll just send Keylime in. Does Keylime have a lifesteal? I think Keylime might have a lifesteal. Oh, right, you can't actually do any of your shit. I'm just now realizing that all you have is auto attack. That might get me through deep enough to get to the Mage Knight. I think it probably will. Let's see. Yeah. All right. You have a lot of defense. Oof. Okay. So, we now have you. 58. Fuck. Please. Okay, we got the ether. Alright. We don't need to actually steal an ether, we just needed to actually know what it had. So, we can now go to... Oh, wait, Oh, that counted as a full loss. That's actually really convenient. I'm assuming that the other thing that it drops is not going to be interesting. So, I don't think I want to worry too much about that. Arachlia was the last boss. So this was something that we didn't know what it was, and now we know. So that's good. So this is interesting. Wave Hunter is in the open sea. We've now found the things at the beginning of the open sea. Are these also in the open sea, or is this somewhere else? These are in the deep sea. Let's putter around the deep sea for a while. Oop. That is attacking me. So that is a mermaiden, which we have not successfully fought before. We can shadow cut. We can Eagle Stance into Checkmate. I'm assuming this is probably going to have like 10,000 HP or something like that. Let's see. Do I flare? Yeah, we flare. Flare does more damage than Explosion, doesn't it? No, it's about the same right now. And that's without the 50% bonus that I could get from the hat. Ooh, I don't have the thing that reduces my damage taken. I just have the undead thing. We don't necessarily want to take the hit here, but we're going to probably. Waste away. Okay. Flare. Okay, easy. Easy peasy. Okay, we're going to equip you with... Oh, you do have the bone... Oh, they're both... These are both the yes, okay, I remember. Do we... We should equip... a Hemo Ring. Okay, so we've got that done. So we have Mermaid, we have Mermaiden. The Mermaiden drops even more scrolls, I assume. But we're gonna find out. Okay, so we have both of these. They don't have any steals or anything. You're gonna use Waste Away. You're gonna use some bullshit that I don't want to see, so let's tag you first. We're going to Swallowtail. We are going to Flare. I can't get the Flare off before you go. I think that it's going to pull some bullshit on me. So I could kill myself, but that would not help. Because... Okay, we can use Bloodwell. Mermaid Song comes out. That silences me. Waste Away comes out. Okay, so Mermaid Song isn't that relevant. Okay, we're gonna backstab this one. And that's GG. Okay. We got 6 of those, which I think is 4 from this and 2 from this. We got the full drop list all at once. Nice. So we have something else around somewhere. Coral Eater, Manowar, Young One. Okay. Let's take a look here. Yeah, we need a total of 10, I think. Do you have a passive that gives you mana regen? You sure do. Alright. You're just living a hard life. Okay. Oh! Okay. These are new. Shank Sharks. We will Swallowtail. They're fairly tanky. We don't Boltina ever. And we Nightfall? What's Nightfall? I don't know what the hell they're doing, but they're using Overload. Let's go! I love that for you. Oh, they have bows. That's cool. I'm gonna backstab this one. Oh, they both overloaded the same target. I shouldn't have done that. I should have been hitting... I'm not an Eagle Stance. Go. Nightfall? I think I'm gonna Bloodwell. Snipe. Barrage is an AoE. Ooh, that- oh my god, this is everybody except them. That's very funny. Okay, we AoE here. Barrage comes out, that's gonna hit. Snipe comes out on French Silk. And we AoE. We don't get lethal with that. We're gonna backstab this one. If we don't kill this here, we're in deep shit, so... Okay, that one's dead. Attack comes out. Whew. We're all golden. That's a lot of LP. Alright. Take a look. Shank Shark. Oh my god, it has a gun. I just noticed that's a gun on its... It's got a gun on a holster. That's great. Okay, so you can actually revive. Let's do it. And we'll keep wandering around the deep sea, hoping to find something new. Let's go to the west side of this. Some weird formation here. Okay, we got something here. I think this is something we fought, probably. Oh, are you running from me? Okay. Well, we're not going to worry about it. Interesting. The other thing that I could do if I wanted... I do have the option of throwing myself at the enemies that are running from me, and then just ending the fight, right? So you're definitely fleeing from me. Which button is it? This one. Okay. I'm gonna start using those to mark things that I might need to... Because it would be nice to be able to just, like, see... You would think that the Shank Sharks would use daggers, that is true. But they don't use bows, they use a gun. They have a gun at their side. They just use bow skills because they're both ranged. Oh, you're running away from me as well. Interesting. I wonder if that's the same creature type. Dun, 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 dun. But I'm not sure that you can shank someone with a dagger. I think you can only shank someone with a improvised shank, right? Like a shank is specifically improvised, right? Or is it not? Because I think of a shank as being like an improvised, like a piece of glass or something that you use to stab someone with, not like an actual weapon. Like, I think if you use a dagger, you're technically not shanking somebody. Whoops. We're going to Nightfall. We're probably going to die here, because they're just going to obliterate me. My half-assembled party just getting wiped. Okay, so... How many more monsters are there out here? There's quite a few. I haven't even beaten the chompers. Yeah, the Shank Sharks, each Shank Shark is worth 80. It is broadly used as a synonym for stab, but I think in order to shank someone, you have to use a shank. And I think a shank is... like, so I think that shanking someone is to utilize a shank on them, right? And I think a shank is an improvised stabbing mechanism. But I could be entirely wrong on that. Like, every component of what I just said could be completely incorrect. I'd have to look it up. So we can just flare you if we want, and we want to. Why not? And we can reaping cut. It's at half life. The flare should kill, I think. There we go. So that's one more creature of the deeps discovered and destroyed. That's the sea salamander. This does have an item that it drops that we have not seen. So we have the Spring Oath equipped. We can equip the Autumn's Oath. We never found Winter and Summer. At some point, we should probably do that. So does this have... Are there no enemies around here? Huh. Oh, right, yeah, you're the fisher. Okay, this is where the fishing person is. Alright, let's... Okay, super rod. We used... Fairy's ring. A Z potion. Feels like a big boy. Darn, lost it. Okay, so I think the big boy was... Okay, I think maybe... Because I think that's the dialogue that I got the first time. Let's take a look what the fairy ring does. 18 spirit, 18 luck, and receive 15% more healing. Okay, that's not terrible. Interesting. Okay, we're going into the deep sea again. Oh, hello, critter. Okay, so these are biters. We can swallowtail. We can Firina and Nightfall. Okay, we got the double miss, and we got the triple miss because the last one attacked Pumpkin. So we can backstab this one. Bring that into lethal range. Feeding Frenzy comes out. Is that a counter? No. It's just a coincidence. Okay, and Feeding Frenzy comes out on Apple. God damn it. Let's see. I mean, if you figured out a way to sharpen a gun and stab someone with it, I think you could shank someone with a gun. I think that seems reasonable. Okay, so we have more of these biters. I think I should probably go get the fishing done in, the other place. I'm gonna backstab the thing that has the highest HP. I should have probably used the other thing, not this. Ooh boy. Yep. Yep, definitely should have used the lifesteal instead of the life drain. And because they died, Okay, let's attack this one, because then we won't generate any threat on anybody. Not that it matters, I think we just die here. That's lethal. My thinking is basically that there's probably like a particular unique thing that you can get. I don't know that there's necessarily like a unique one per... Like, the combination of the plug thing plus the other thing gave me... Oh, I should just equip that passive. We're done with Scholar for now. What do you want to be? I could make you a summoner, actually. Summoner's not a bad choice. It has good mind and spirit. And since the person that I was using as a summoner before isn't doing the job anymore, give you critical power. Summoner has increased max MP, not reduced MP cost. The reduced MP cost is Scholar, right? We don't have enough to get basically anything, but we can get Fire Elemental, which gives us Spotlight. So we could pull some shenanigans with this, actually. We get Spotlight for 2 turns with this. If we had the dagger... Ooh, and we have the Flame Seeker, which boosts the damage of that summon. Interesting. Okay, let's get... Right, let's go to the Triton Stone. And then from here, we need to go over here, question mark. No. Is it here? Because there was a fissure up here. And it's possible that they have something that I need. Okay, Super Rod, Plug Lure. Fresh Salmon, Super Rod, Jigging Lure. Glasses. Oh, interesting. Okay, so... This is interesting. Where does this lead to? Because I didn't get here. Is this just the open ocean? No. Why have I been here, but I never went north? Oh, that's super cool. Okay, so that's interesting. So I can get from the Pale Grotto to there. Okay, so... Yeah, I don't think that I found a combination that leads to something unique. So that's Salmon Pass, this is Salmon River. Is there a fissure here?
Because the person said that this was a good fishing spot, but I never ran into a person who's fishing here. Right? You know, I think I have gotten away from my task. Okay. Salmon Bay is here. I don't remember there being any enemies in Salmon Bay. Which is a little suspicious in and of itself, but... This is the open sea, okay. This is green. Interesting. We can steal from you. This is weaker than most of the enemies that we've been seeing around. I'm gonna go ahead and just activate this. We're going to Rending Cut. This might... It's not a boss, but it might be boss adjacent. We're gonna Flare. Wow, we can get a Flare off as well. It's below half. Floodgate comes out. That's concerning, but it's fine. We got the critical power. Let's go. We got the Zither. Got the Checkmate, and we will Life Drink. And we will cast Flare, which gives us the opportunity to steal if we need to. We don't need to. We backstab. Okay. So, we found another critter. We got 2 Zethers, so that's also the drop item. Okay, we just need 4 more, and we'll have this mastered. So... Where were you? Okay. Yes, so Shallow Spear is here. Oh, we don't have anybody with any healing that I can use on the menu with this setup. You know, it turns out that boss setups are not necessarily optimal for fighting on the world map. This may come as a shock, but I believe that that is the case. And I think we'll have all of the classes mastered. Once we... Okay, this is an area that we've definitely been to before. Let's go to the Dione Stone, and we'll just drop down over there. See what shenanigans are up to. Let's see. Oh, there is a thing here. Let's go. Okay, that's just sea snakes. We've already fought these. Okay, Eagle Stance. Swallowtail. Okay, we can't get the spell off before they go, but we might as well just pop it anyway. We can Bloodwell here if we want. Let's Bloodwell. Because Brutal Venom... Oh, right, that misses. That misses. Infusion. Okay, Shaku.
is pretty decent, you know, doing an okay job. Sea Cobra is getting backstabbed. It is dead. Swallowtail, that's lethal. And that is 92 LP. Did we need 4 or 3? Let's find out. You can actually get the next thing. We'll grab this. Not necessarily super relevant for you since you do have the fire specialization right now. You need a total of 4. Okay. And we can meander around here. Okay. We could try going over to that red area. That is where the crabs are. We actually haven't found all the crabs, right? Now that I think about it. Are you running from me? No, you're running to me. Okay, this is the Man-O-Wars. Okay, we can... Nightfall... Oh, we do have Lifesteal on right now. Well, that's concerning. Shaku... I haven't found any since the last time, no. No new ones. So we're still at whatever value we were at before. It was like 10 or something like that. It was a fairly considerable number. It might be 11. Snip, snip. Okay. Hello. That's 12. We will not be slain. Okay, we now have 12. Question mark. Da, 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 da. Okay, we're gonna fight these. Ooh, it's a good thing we did, because this is new, I think. It has a magic attack boost on this first turn. I'm gonna Satanic. Well, that was a big hit. Shit, now I'm not bottom threat anymore. Well, fuck. Okay, we will Life Drink. Hypnotize comes out. Key Lime's dead. Rending Cut. Reaping Cut. Holy shit. Okay. You know, that's a thing that happened. Okay, let's take a look at it. If we can find it. Hardship? Was that what it was? No, hardship's the one in the other place, right? So... Pillars from Jade Cavern. Burden. No drops, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay. That area did have a decent mix of critters, though, so let's... Look, where was that? Have we fully explored this? What was this? I'm gonna head over there because I don't think that's the place that we teleport to. I think the place we teleport to is different. So we're gonna pop over there. Is it? This is the Neptune Shrine, okay. There was another one smaller somewhere around. This one. I guess that's just nothing of interest, probably. Alright, if we go due west, we'll get back to where we just were. I feel like there's probably a decent number of enemies in that general vicinity. That looks like an interesting portion of the map. Anything interesting around this? There's something. Okay, it's running away from me. Okay. Okay, this is a Medusa. I don't think we... I guess we must have killed one because otherwise it wouldn't have its HP bar revealed. Okay. Clobber Reaping Cut. Nullification removes my buffs. That's pretty rude of you. We're gonna backstab here. The goal here is just to... I didn't do Eagle Stance. We got the proc! We got the proc. Is this another Medusa? I think it is. Oh, it's a merman. Alright. Okay, got the crit, but no proc. We can flare. Well, that's rude. Now it's going to take way less damage. I don't think I have a Dispel available right now. gonna rending cut. That is a hit. Okay, we're gonna backstab. I guess I didn't need to do such a big hit after all. I could have done a much smaller spell than Flare, but that's fine. That's utterly fine. Okay, we need one more fight, and we will be done with Monk. And it'll be just in time. Okay, this is fleeing from me. So there's an enemy fleeing from me here. Let's... put a marker. I'm not going to be killing those, but I might at some point decide to pick a fight with them and then die to them. Just for shits and giggles, but I'm probably not going to. I think I've been in here, right? Yes. This is where the golems are, I think. They're in like little holes here. Okay, so probably not going to be anything new here, because I remember exploring it. So let's go southwest. Bum, ba-da, ba-ba-da, bum. Oh shit, I don't like that. These are really nasty. We might not win this. We're going to Shaku. We're going to Nightfall. I should have done the heal. Oh, that's an AoE. Well, fuck. I don't get Shaku off, and Pumpkin goes down, loses the buff. And we don't have the ability to Shadow Cut anymore? We can still Shadow Cut. Oof, that's excellent. Okay, we're going to take down the target with the lowest HP instead of the highest. Blood Spiller comes out. Oh, we are boned. Oh, we be boned. Oof. Oh, those things are so nasty. Okay, where do we want to... Let's just go to the Neptune Stone. Because I think this was fairly close to some of the stuff I was trying to do, right? Maybe not. I guess we could go northeast here. Did we fully explore? We probably did, right? Who dis? It's the biters again. Rut-row Shaggy. Rut-row. Okay, we're going to Eagle Stance. We're going to Swallowtail. We're going to try to summon Shaku. I don't have the dodge thing, which would be really nice to just cast off the bat there. We're going to Nightfall. Okay, that's a miss. Blood Spiller is not a miss. Certainly not on everybody. Hey, we managed to live through turn 1. Nobody died. Shaku comes out. And then a bite comes out. We're going to backstab this one. They are countering.
They're not listed as having a counter, but they do have a counter. It doesn't seem like they consistently use it, though. But they're definitely countering me, because they were acting outside of the turn order. Okay. So, Chi Burst is learned. I believe that's us mastering every class. That's the right one. Okay, master... That's every class mastered. Okay, we've mastered every class, except number 27. Let's see. So, now we're gonna go to... Granny. Alright, so to grandmother's house we go. Can I get up here? Oh, I can get up there. Okay, right. Alright, so we're just popping over here. We're going to descend into the depths. We're going to go grab... this. Nailed it. Okay. And I'm wondering, should I just get all of them? Oh shit, I don't have the seals. God damn it. Let's see. We've done Monk, so Monk should be in town. Monk is here. Okay, Monk, Seal. Did we get Cleric? Did we get the Cleric thing done? Where the hell? Wait, where is the Cleric Master? I don't even remember where the Cleric Master is. I mean, they're in this town somewhere. But I actually don't have any recollection as to where. Do I have... I don't have the Cleric Seal. So... this is the gender clinic. Let's see, there's actually an achievement for transitioning. Cleric's Lounge, perfect. Okay, so we got Cleric's thing done. Okay, Rogue. I'm sure we talked to the Master Rogue. Wizard. I don't think we've talked to the Master Wizard. We might not have talked to the Rogue. I think that we did, but I'm not positive. Okay, that's the Beatsmith, which we have done. Wizard's right here. Okay. Wizard Seal. We're actually going to get way more of these than I thought today. I thought that we didn't have that many left, but we actually have quite a lot of them left to look at. Oh, this is the right place. Let's see. Right here. Did we talk to you already? Okay, yes, we have already proven our rogue. Our roguiness. Okay, so Warlock we've done, Fencer we've done, Shaman I think we've done.
So Scholar. Where was the Master Scholar? Maybe here? No, this is the chemist, so we can get to the chemist. So let's get to the Boomerville. And then we can get to the chemist. And we can also get to the thing that's before the chemist. There's one right here, so let's go to that. I don't remember which one that is. It might be one that we've already done, it might not be. How the hell do we get up there? Do we have to jump off the... Do we have to climb the castle, which would require climbing back up here? No. Let's see if... I don't remember... Did I jump all the way to the top of this? I don't know if I did. We'll just try this again. We're golden. Not yet, because we actually have a lot of things to tag, and since we have a lot of them to tag, we're going to be getting a lot of information about it along the way. Okay, Beastmaster's done. From Beastmaster, we can go straight over here. Whoa. So we need to get up here. And then from here, we can jump to here. Okay. That's the wall or something. I just realized that we didn't need to jump in there again because we could have just used the main door. So Mimic is here. We've already gotten that. I wonder if the Scholar is in the library. I don't think so, because I think the people in the library are all ducks. But they could be. It's also this is way too late game. There's no way they're in here. That would be crazy. I mean, if they talk, they're certainly people, yeah. Like, whether someone's a person or not is basically dependent on sapience, right? So a person is like knowledgeable and aware of themselves and their surroundings. They're not like an automaton. And that might seem overly broad and might include a bunch of, animals that we eat. And the unfortunate thing is that might just be true and just be an unfortunate fact about our world, right? That, we eat people. That just kind of might be the case, right? So coming up with a coherent definition for what a person is, well, no, a cannibal is something that eats its own, right? So like something that eats its own species. Cannibalism has very specific reasons why it is frowned upon, and those reasons are like tied up into like health stuff more than they are tied up into and of course just people going ooh gross, but it's more tied into like is it prions or prions? I think it's prions. It's like tied into like prions and shit like that more so than um, the ethics of it in a vacuum, right? There's reasons not to eat humans that are not tied to their status as humans, or sorry, their status as people, but are instead tied to just like health and safety. So I think I'm actually going to just start locking these. The ones that I've already done will get a lock symbol on them, so that's 3. Let's see here. There's something here. Let's go to the Dione Stone. Is there a thing over there? There's this one down here, which I didn't go to when I went up to the other one. Yeah, this is the thing I was thinking of just now. Let's go to this one. So that's going to involve going to Callisto, just following the same thing. It's not the oil in our body. It's prions, which are basically like are they a protein? I don't know what a prion is exactly, but basically prions are like part of our like nervous system that if you eat them, they can like break through like the blood barrier, so they can basically end up in places in your body that are not your digestive system without being digested. And so like prion diseases are really dangerous. And basically like I think that like prions are associated with like a lot of degenerative brain diseases. So like I don't know all the details. I'm like not like super on top of things, but I know that there's like prion problems with certain like deer populations right now, where a lot of them have like this degenerative condition that is tied to prions. We know that what this is. We know what this is, so we can just lock these two. Let's see here. This I don't. I think this is like Fencer or something. Wait, where is this? Huh, where is that? I think that's something that we've done, but yeah, generally speaking, like from a disease prevention perspective, you don't want to eat the flesh of anything that has a similar immune system to yourself. It's not good to do so. Like it causes significant problems. This is not Scholar. That's like Nomad or something. I've already done it. There's a thing down there, so we could try to get to Sarasara Beach. And that holds true for things beyond just like prions. It's also like the reason why like bird flu and stuff like that is like such a concern. And it's like because like bird flu currently is transmitted via eating tainted meat, right? We can catch bird flu through eating the meat, I believe. But it can't pass human to human yet. But that kind of stuff, I think mad cow disease, I think is also a prion disorder. Bird flu isn't, but like prions were what we were talking about earlier. There's a lot of different things that are. We've already done you, right? Yes. Okay, so lock you. I should have done this right off the bat, but that's fine. I think this is Valkyrie, so I'm not going to go there. There's this here, which is Granny. There's this one up here, which I thought was Fencer. We have this red one here. Is this red one? Is that red one actually? Let's pop over to Callisto and see what that is. The red one might actually be Scholar. I think the red one isn't what you would expect it to be. Like, you'd expect it to be something spoopy and blood-based, maybe. But I don't think that it is. I think that it's something more normal. Okay, this is Assassin. No, this is Shaman. Okay. Shamans just kind of look like assassins. Interesting. I'm gonna go check this one. I'm almost positive that it's not that one. I'm pretty sure that that's like Fencer or something. But I could be wrong. Just like due south, basically. I don't know what you mean by know math so well. I know a little bit of statistics. I don't know a ton of it. But I just like math, so I've been doing math for my whole life. More than anything else. I play a lot of video games where if you want to, you can do a lot of math with them, and I like to do it, so I do. Let's see. Could put this thing up here. Oh yeah, I like doing math, and when I'm doing like game stuff, most game calculations aren't super hard, right? Like, game developers aren't mathematicians, right? Like the actual like mechanics of a video game are, generally speaking, not that sophisticated of math, right? Like, I don't even have to like calculate slopes and stuff like that, right? Generally speaking, the math involved in game optimization is just like ratios and things like that, not like, and nothing too fancy. Have I just not found the Scholar? I've marked off quite a lot of things here. Scholar isn't one of the starting classes, right? This is Granny's house. Huh. I don't think it's this. I don't think they're underwater or anything like that. But I am realizing that, like, Scholar would be a very late game class to master. I'm going to go over here. We have these gaps in our knowledge here. I had thought that we had found all of the things, and I feel like I probably did, and I'm just not remembering where the Scholar was. If we don't find it over here, I might ask for a hint of some sort. Because I'm just not sure. I actually would need to drop down considerably.
to land on the roof there, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to let those stick. Because it's definitely not over there. Okay, we're going to see if we can land on one of these platforms over here that we haven't explored. Let's get the north one. Oh, there's a... Huh. There's another one of the things over here. Huh, fancy that. Okay. Over here, yeah, let's just go to this one now. Yeah, generally speaking, when it comes to like learning a thing, there's a lot of information around in the world, and the key is basically just practicing and continuing to do it. Like, there's a bunch of like, if you were to ask me like anything about like geometry or trigonometry, I've forgotten everything that I've ever known about trigonometry. Not everything, but I've forgotten a huge portion of what I knew about both geometry and trigonometry. But like, that's because I never used that stuff, right? I never have any use for them. They were also difficult subjects for me to start with, for reasons that I am now aware of, which I wasn't really aware of at the time. That's interesting. So there's another Quintar nest up here. That I was honestly just not expecting. So what's down here? Absolutely nothing? Looks like absolutely nothing. Okay. So these are probably more desert Quintars. Do I want to... I'm gonna give up. I want to see if these Quintar eggs... Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the best way to get good at math is literally just to enjoy it. So one of the issues, they teach math in a very uninteresting way in school. I think that math teaching is like one of my personal bugbears, where like I really dislike the way that they teach math in school. It's a lot of memorization and not a lot of creative usage of the form, which is really unfortunate because math you can do a lot of interesting stuff with, but you have to actually do the interesting stuff with it. And in school, for the most part, students are not given a lot of interesting stuff to do with the math. They're just kind of given like really basic equations. And for people who are, I think that my age might be like the group of people who are probably most primed to have reason to want to get good at math, because of this particular state of video games when we were growing up. But like, it's only like a very niche segment of the population that's going to have the particular interest in like doing, you know, weird math stuff to like optimize like JRPGs, right? Like, not very many people were playing video games. Not many people were playing like the kinds of video games that involved heavy math and stuff like that. These days, a lot of stuff tends to be more simplified. You know, was the scholar actually on the other continent? Now that I think about it, I'm gonna pop over to Jadamba. Jadamba's Europa. Let's go to that tower. I don't know what that tower is. But yeah, like memorizing, like memorizing formulas is useful if you want to accomplish an objective that formula uses. But there's such an emphasis on memorizing formulas and not creatively putting them to use that you end up with a situation where, okay, this is the Weaver Outpost. I'm fairly certain that we got this one. We might not have. I don't know when we came here. Okay, we had not actually done the Weaver, so we hadn't turned this in. Is there another one over here? This is the weaponsmith. So, we've got this one done. Huh, let me take a look. I'm going to go to the New World. I don't think that the Scholar Master's here. There are holes here. They could be up here somewhere. I just don't think that they are. That's pretty high. Okay. Let's see. Oh, that's the other thing that made me rage as a kid, is that I have ADHD, so my work was scribbled into the margins and the work of madness, right? And as a direct result of that, I got marked down for not showing my work a lot. And it's like, I got the correct answer, and the correct answer was 6.3079, and you're saying that I got lucky at getting the correct answer? You can fuck right off. Obviously, that I did not luck into getting this correct answer. You sound like a lunatic saying that, right? Like, that is a crazy thing to say. when the actual answer is this goddamn specific, right? Obviously I did it correctly. Don't even talk shit. And the issue with math class is that there's like 17 ways you can do a problem. There's actually more than that. There's an infinite number of ways that you can solve any particular math problem. You can do whatever the heck you want. Once you get into algebra, there are so many ways that you can do things. Because before that, you don't know. There's an infinite number of ways you can solve any arithmetic, thing. But, like, you don't know the ways until you get into algebra. Once you start getting into algebra, it's like, this whole world is unlocked. There's an infinite number of ways that I could do this. And it's very cool. I don't know where the scholar is. I don't know where the scholar is. Okay, I think I need a hint on where the scholar is. The scholar isn't in the... They're not in the capital. That would be crazy. I don't think they're up here. I actually, you know what? I'll check up here before we give a hint. You can give the hint if they're not up there, but it's fine. Where am I going? So we're going to go to the Triton Stone. We need to figure out how to get up there. Let's see. Do I remember where I got the Scholar Crystal? No? Okay, give me a second. We're going to take a look at our achievement list. Scholar is right after Shaman. So it would have to be one of the beginning classes, I think. I think Aegis... Wait, is Scholar... Scholar might have been in here? Let's find out. Because I don't think it was Chemist. Chemist is like... I think I'm going too high. I think this is going up to where the boss was. I'm just going to go around the front. There we go. So what are you? This is Violet Red. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. That doesn't tell me whether it's a scholar or not. Let's see. I think it was before we get. So this was Chemist. Okay, I remembered it. I remembered the type correct. I was just like, it can't have been Chemist because Chemist is like a late game class according to the thing, but no, it's not. So I think so. Let's go to the Mercury Stone. Scholar would have to be one of these initial three, I think. So it wouldn't be this one, I don't think. Because this enemy uses an enemy's skill. Is it, though? Wait. Wait a second. Okay, I feel like... No, it's probably not this, but we'll see. Oh, we're at the end of the stream when I get this crystal. It's on now. Wait, I could just jump down here. What am I doing? I don't need to climb this whole thing. But yeah, we are gonna take the time to grab this crystal. Yeah, it's gonna be one of the initial three. It's probably the one in the first dungeon, actually. But I'm going to check this place first, just because it's more interesting. But no, it can't be this one, because if it was this one, then you couldn't get the enemy's skill. So, how would you get this? How would you get the reverse polarity before you get this? Would you have to like skip past the boss? Well, the reason that I was saying it couldn't be here is because reverse polarity is obtained from the. How would someone get this boss killed to drop reverse polarity? Or I guess maybe they just fight something else that uses reverse polarity that I haven't fought because it runs away from you. That makes sense. Okay. In either case, we have picked up the scholar thing. I think we've now picked up all the different things. And now that's going to be it for today. So thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And next time we will be actually finishing up our build. We'll have the ability to look at all of this gear that we are obtaining and figure out what the heck we're going to do. Later, folks.